just go back to Windows for that streaming session, so it's totally fine, right? Not like a big deal. It is not. And the message is pinned. Hello, YouTube. Hello, YouTube. By the way, I need to keep that open, I think, somewhere, or at least pop out the chat, maybe, if it works. Because last time, some people were chatting. Some people were chatting, and I didn't see it, like, at all. I didn't see it at all. That was bad. Some people even gave me like super chats and stuff, I think. That's pretty bad. Okay, so for today, what do we have? What do we have? A good question that you are asking. Thank you for asking. Today we are doing, I wrote it somewhere. I wrote it probably here. And I'm not that. I still didn't get my reimbursement for my tickets for Amsterdam. I need to ask them again. We are going to do 2 enchantments. I need 2 enchantments done. To have the 6 enchantments minimum that I wanted. We might do the UI for it at some. Sure. Finish enchantment turtle stuff. So we need to finish the actual enchantment area where the turtle is giving us the enchantment. So we need to animate the turtle and give it the text. It's not a lot, but I've been not doing it for a while, so I need to finish it. That way it's done. I can move on, and I can make a little short about it because I still didn't do it. And I might try to change the lose logic today, because this is something I've been also not doing, and it's not good. It's not good. I need to do it. I need to do it. Sorry, let me install Gunner 2 on my little Steam Deck. The Steam Deck has been, I think, one of the best purchases I've done in the last 2-3 years. I don't know when it. I got it a few months after it was released, and holy shit, this is a great device. This is a really great device. That's it. Great device. Okay, so for the 2 enchantments, to be honest, enchantments, I'm not exactly sure. Right now, I have done 4 of them, which also meant adding more logic. Like, I went a bit fast, I think, when I did the enchantments, and the resources and a bunch of stuff was not really done, so I'm glad I did it. I also think that with the enchantments, theoretically, I would need to move the logic to after the jokers. I think the enchantments are going to apply after the jokers. Let me think. So I have point flat. Point flat, very simple. It gives you points on this letter. You just give more points to a letter, so pretty cool. Points if points, it gives you points if the letter is scoring enough points. Which, I like the idea, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be quite difficult to reach. Simply because the way you increase the letter points is by using the special letters, like the gem letters and stuff, or by having something that increases the value, but it doesn't even increase the value directly, it just gives you more point. It doesn't increase the base value. So that's why I wanted to maybe move the enchantment logic to the end. To the end of the score calculation, or towards the end. That way, potentially, if you have things that actually modify the value of the letter, they would be applied at that point. Maybe not, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I know where I need to move them. So I have 3 of them, and I need another enchantment. So if you two other enchantments minimum. If you have other ideas, let me know. I'm kind of struggling at the moment because I have those systems. I think they work. So the upgrades are the scrolls. Sorry, are like the jokers, right? They are the main things to change the logic and increase your score. This is the jokers in Balatro. This behavior is, in my opinion, is kind of like what you have on the upgrade, on the scroll. I wanted to not touch the spawning that much, because spawning to me is the runes. So I'm left with not a lot of stuff, right? What can I change on a letter? I can change its value, maybe the amount of molt that it gives you, because by default, 1 letter equals 1 molt. I could do something if it's a rare, if it's a special letter. Like if it's a special letter, it gives you even more point. I didn't think about that. Let me write that down. Maybe this is bad. Maybe this is a... Hey Yogurt, I have connection issues. I don't know if it's my connection. Maybe a refresh? Are you on Twitch? First time of your stream. I hope it's not the fact that I updated OBS. I'm putting it on the side and I'm seeing. What kind of connection issue do you have? Crashed 3 times. What is it doing? Because on my side, I see 0 dropped frames. I see a consistent like 6K BPS. I have the stream on the side. 2 times it freeze. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. And even if I look at the backend on Twitch, what are they telling me? One time, no connection from Twitch. It might be Twitch, honestly. Okay, there was something a little bit weird with the bitrate a while ago. I can see that there was a huge increase in bitrate a while ago. This would indicate a struggle with sending the frames, and so then it's catching up. But apart from that, it seems to be stable. Seems to be stable. So I can't do anything, I'm sorry. Seems to be stable on my side. My internet connection at home is okay. I switched to YouTube, no problems. Tell me if it works better. My CPU is at 5.8%. I don't think it's that. Should be fine. Okay, I'm putting that on the side. And now we'll see, okay? So, move logic to after the joker? No. Move logic after letter value just before jokers. I think we're going to do that. For this one, I have an idea. Higher chance of gem letter, right? And in here we could say do I multiply by 2 the points? That's kind of a lot. I like the idea of multiplying the points though. So like 1.5. Jaloux, qu'est-ce que tu veux, Gatuno? Tu veux qu'on se batte? Tu veux qu'on se batte? C'est quoi ton blême pro là? C'est quoi le problème? Quoi le problème? No. Today I put my sweatshirt that is very dirty. It's not dirty. It's just it has a bunch of spots where how do you call that in English? In dash attached. What? You motherfucker. Attached in English. Stain. It has a bunch of stains because I ate a burger and juice dropped from the burger. So I'm not really. It's not like it's just a stain, you know. The actual thing is clean, but it's just a stain. And so I wanted to wear it and not just throw it in the washing machine just because of that. You know what I mean? So you're telling us you don't know how to eat? Yeah, kind of. I have to be honest. Oh my god, you guys. This weekend and yesterday, I've been thinking. You know, we talked about the skate idea on Friday. The skate prototype I've been thinking about. The problem thinking about stuff is that it gave me other ideas and I started thinking even more. I'm really excited about the horror game that I want to make about playing a knife game. That I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it. It's super cool. And the other thing is, I kind of want to do a procedural platformer, which makes no sense because there's no way it's going to work. It's going to be, even if it's super simple, it's going to be a lot of work and it's going to be a bad financial decision. But I kind of want to prototype it at some point. Hello Seto, how are you doing? To letter value if what? If what? If special letter. Do we apply that at another point? On you. I start my day. Coming to get worky mood. Let's go, worky mood. I'm doing okay. I'm not super motivated to work on Lexispell, to be honest. I kind of want to work on new things. But this is life. I don't know if I calculate. Where do I calculate? I don't know if I calculate that at the moment of calculation or if it's calculated when the letter is spawned. Let me know what you think. It could be calculated earlier, I guess. But we are going to do those two, I think. And if I have other ideas for enchantments, I can do it later. That way we try to stay on track. And that would be. So let's go to the enchantment enum. Not here. Enchantment enum is right over there. Right over there. Shut up. Points flat, motive point. We want chance gem, and we want value special. I mean, we could also have a value gem at that point. We could have a value gem at that point. But value gem doesn't really work in the sense that the value is not necessarily applied when you have a gem. The value can be complicated. Got my drawing routine this morning. to try to get some consistency in hand-drawing thinking. Start to take more and more time and mind space for a new game. Let's go. But before that, you have to release this one. What kind of game do you want to make? Do you know already? I've been thinking about updating my capsule art, and I have ideas. I have a pretty strong idea on what I want to do for the capsule art. The thing is, I don't think I can draw it, or it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take too much time, probably. And so I think I just need to pay someone. I have the reference to someone that is doing something cool. They're not too expensive. It's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. But it's always difficult for me to spend money on stuff like that for some reason. It's not even the... I don't know. I kind of want to do it myself. But at the same time, time is limited. And it might be hurting my game by doing that in multiple ways. Like, people click less on the thumbnail and stuff, and I spend more time working on this instead of making the actual game. So it might be really stupid, but I don't know. Struggling. Chance gem. So I guess I just need to do it, right? I'll send them a message. I'll send them a brief. Because I think I know what I want. I showed you the other day, right? Dog pile. I think I can do something like that. I think I can do something like that. Not sure, in between roguelike and incremental, I guess. A dungeon crawler in this up where you build it, tile-based, where you have to build your way from the entrance to an exit with path choice, like blueprint, combat, or even on each. Try to pack X level to come. Yeah. Cool. I like that idea. More, way more, way bigger, no? Seems like a bigger game. Why is it so fucking slow? You see, this is kind of what I would like to go for. Not the aesthetic, but the composition in a way. I would have the title right there. I would have like a mascot over there. Probably sending some stuff. And in here would have the letters. With a visible cauldron or not. Like just letters falling and like merging and stuff. I think that would be cool. It's difficult to... I don't know if this game is good. Apparently it is. It made quite a lot of money for a game that looks that simple. I could stop the timer. What idea though? No, sure. But you could do other incrementals that require different things. Like, I don't know. What I'm saying is... going with something where you have... I mean, maybe... I'm saying it's big, but maybe it's not, right? It could be kind of like... What is the game from here? I could see a game with a very simple aesthetic. For fuck's sake. Very realistic. No. I could see a game with a simple aesthetic that looks like Tiny Folks a bit, maybe, right? Very simple color palettes, simple sprites, and yeah. I could imagine something, I don't know. The main mechanic didn't look that hard to implement. The big part will be content. That's why I started focusing on my art exercise that right now. Picture in Discord. I like the way it goes. I'm going to make it hand-drawn. Grayscale. Yeah, I think that could... I like the idea. I think the problem might be, depending on what you do, the combat and stuff. The combat and stuff could be a little bit complex, right? But maybe if you have a cool mechanic for the combat, something a bit... Not necessarily combat like you press buttons and stuff, right? More like this kind of game where you select what you use and whatnot. An auto battler, yeah. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah. Like, he is coming. He is coming. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, this did well. This did well, and visually it's not crazy, right? Visually it's definitely approachable. It has a simple color palette. Some drawings are cool. I mean, the dragons in here or whatever they are cool. But it's nothing impossible. In early access though, it blows more. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Game is insanely addictive, all bill based. Yeah, I think you have a good idea on exploring this idea of creating your own dungeon. I don't know if it has been done in 2D that much, I guess, but I think what Blueprints did resonated a lot with people because it's kind of cool, right? And you talked about content, but the thing is, it's so much easier to produce content if it's 2D, especially if your 2D art is simple enough. Because basically you can have variations, right? I was reading on how Spelunky was doing procedural content, and it was kind of inspiring because you realize that you don't need that much stuff to have a procedural content that doesn't feel too repetitive, right? I think basically he was selecting, you have a bunch of screens. The screens themselves are created using predefined things that have either an exit left or an exit bottom or top or whatever, and then you can connect them relatively simply. All of those rooms can be flipped, so it adds a bit of variety again. And then inside of those rooms, you have things that are placed like manually, and you have things that have like a chance of being placed. And by having those simple rules, the actual amount of things that can be produced are quite big. So yes, of course, there are going to be some similarities, but it's also going to be slightly different every time. So I can totally imagine a game like that. You take a bit of that to have a bit of procedural content, maybe, and you do something where it's a lot about strategy. I think you're on the right path. Do you know? Yeah, you know Indie Game Clinic, right? You know Indie Game Clinic. He's working on a game, and it's interesting because I feel like this is a weird genre mixing. I think we can see it in here. I didn't follow that much in my early drawings on Discord though. Okay, I think his game is kind of cool, but I also think it's not the best. It's not necessarily the best mix. Mixing a Metroidvania with something that you build. And I see something in your idea. I see something that resonates more because I imagine someone playing only with the mouse. You know, it's the kind of game where you can play laid back, and it's just about thinking what you want. So you move on, you move in the game, and you think about stuff, and you're like, oh, what kind of room do I want? Okay, I have this, I'm gonna go there, and then you do blah blah blah. And it's not like you don't go between action moments where you actually need to play with a gamepad and move around and do actions, and a moment where you need to reflect. You are in the same mood all the time, and I think it's much better. It's all about systems, so I was thinking a way to randomize and focus on path choice with a fun challenge. Yeah. I really recommend reading the Spelunky, procedural. The dev actually has a website. Spelunky generators. I don't know if it's that. Anyway, I recommend reading about this. It's relatively simple. I was surprised. It's relatively simple the way it's done, and I think it's kind of a good starting point if you want to have some kind of procedural generation. It doesn't show because you have to click it first. Thank you for the follow, Sigilus. So okay, cool. Excited to see that. Adding incremental parts to manage progression for the auto-battler part most. Okay. Are you saying incremental, like incremental, or just roguelike? Look at it for sure, bookmark. Yeah, I want to explore procedural generation a little bit. This is why I've been thinking about doing a procedural platformer. It's a bad idea. But I feel like it could be a small game to learn about the procedural stuff, but it might be a bad idea. It might be a really bad idea, so I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure if I will ever explore it. But I was imagining a very, very simple platformer. Trying a very, very simple platformer where you would have to collect 3 orbs, like a fast-paced platformer, but you just have to collect stuff. And it would be incredibly simple. It would be run-based, like you have a seed, it creates a bunch of levels, you go through them, you have a score, and that's it. And the idea is a game where you play once a day, you score on the leaderboard, and you go and play something else. But I'm not even sure I really want to do that. Is your contact email from the Notion site still working? I tried to send you an email, but I get bounced back. Can you post the email that you're using? And you say from Notion, what Notion exactly? Is it like the press kit? Was thinking earning some gold along the way, and you can die, you spend it to increase stats, maybe new path, event option, or percentage of appearances. So, okay, so roguelite. The press kit site for hyperslice. The fuck? Thanks for letting me know. I will check. Okay, I'm checking. I think I have my email in here. No. Do I have my... Oh, I can't write. Do I have my email in here? No. You can find my email somewhere in here. It should also be in my bio below on YouTube, on Twitch, sorry. But let me check. Visit the website. And here I have my links. You're getting bounced back. Perfect. To resend it to SAP. You're getting bounced back. I think the email is correct. The email is this, right? There should not be any issue. It's the .dev@gmail. Yeah. It's fine. It's my email. If it really doesn't work, maybe you're sending. It depends. It could be Gmail. Gmail can be pretty aggressive depending on where you're sending your email from. And if you're like having a custom domain or something, it can be classified as spam really easily. If it doesn't work at all, you can reach out on Discord, right? Don't hesitate. If it doesn't work for some reason, just hit me up on Discord or somewhere else. But in an incremental way of progression, like you start where you barely can beat the first level, but grind your stat options to be able to progress. But I have to check prototyping a lot. First, I have the game to finish. Honestly, I see what you mean. It can be interesting. You kind of take a normal genre, and instead of making it roguelike or roguelite, like what everyone has been doing in the past, you make it incremental. So you do the same thing as what people are doing with tower defense, for example. Outhold is doing that, right? You play a tower defense and you have an incremental progression instead of just a roguelike progression. So that's why I said roguelike, because it's really close. The reality is, it's basically the same thing. It's just that with incremental, the progression curve is going to be crazy. But yeah, okay, interesting. It piques my interest. I think you can do something. I'll just hit you up on Discord with my bees. Okay. But first, I have a game to finish. Yeah. I'm trying to think about the future. I'm trying to think about the other games as motivation. I'm like, okay. Think about the other games. Finish this. That way you can work on other things. But it's difficult. Okay, so that looks cool already. Okay. You know how to draw. Alright. Let's go. I like that kind of portal stuff. Oh yeah. I see that. I see that style. Maybe even like as a 2-frame animated style, you know? You just draw something and you draw it slightly offsetted and then it does like or whatever. That could be cool. Yeah. Really excited. Excited about that. Congrats, that looks cool. I especially like the statues, and the fountain and the well and everything. Really cool. Lovely. A definition that differentiates rogue from incremental is in rogue, if you are skilled enough, you can beat the run at first try. In incremental, you have to build up before. I think many games nowadays are roguelite, and thus I disagree with you. In a roguelike, maybe yes, because you don't have meta progression, so if you are skilled enough, you can potentially beat the first time. But in a roguelite, because you have meta progression, usually games are built around the fact that there is meta progression, so it's not really possible to beat the game without that meta progression. It's going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. But I see what you mean. I used to draw in my childhood. I stopped at 15 years old, didn't redraw since. Didn't have some rest. Yeah, honestly, that's cool. I can totally imagine that with a very limited color palette. You talked about black and white, but even if it's not like 2 colors and it's 3 colors, I think that would do very well. And the cool thing, the drawings are awesome. Yeah, the drawings are awesome. And if you go with something like the game that you talked about earlier, He's Coming for Us, or I don't know what it was, because the game is mostly simple, you can actually have a simple game and focus on a few key elements to draw them, and you're not like spending all of your day drawing because you're making Hollow Knight. So yeah, excited about the idea. I always thought your name was Mr. Elliptic. Like, they have very weird names in France. I'm disappointed you're Victor. Sorry for the disappointment, get to know. Don't hesitate to subscribe to not be disappointed anymore. So you hit me you hit me on Discord, right? I don't see it. Message request. Okay. Sorry, I'm watching your email. I'm reading your message. Otherwise, I will not respond. I'm so bad at responding to things, so I'm responding now. So you want a key, right? You want a key. You ask on Keymailer, but I think Keymailer is shit. I don't go on Keymailer often, and I put some keys, and I don't know how it works, but also it's limited. You know what? And I'm not checking anything. Are you... You want to do on stream on Twitch? I'm not even checking anything. I'm giving it to you. I don't care. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Anticipated, right? That you don't check Keymailer. Yeah. Also, the platform is a mess. Right, key, normal key, batch, promo. I don't know if this one is you. Are you able to check like right now? Are you able to check like right now? Can I do something? Yes, okay. Tell me if this works. Because I wrote it as not used, but I'm not sure if I sent it to someone or not. I have no idea. My current one. My game graphics are so bad and complicated. It's very difficult to do cool looking games. I kind of want to make a video about that. I don't know if I'm the best. I would not make the video as, hey, here's how I do it, because I don't think I necessarily do a great job. He'll say he's requested on key. What do you mean? No, I sent you something on Discord. I don't know if it was clear. I didn't. Do you want me to do it on Keymailer? Otherwise, I just send you something on Discord. Just easier for me. I can send you a screenshot, but don't be harsh. Yeah, sure. No problem. And so, what distro are you on? Hey, CPTN, I'm on Kashi. Do I have a comment for that? Linux. I'd love to make a video about art styles and how you can do cool, interesting things without that much skill. I think Mrs. Assist made a good video about it. If you didn't see it, I recommend watching it. It's called Art Style by Necessity, or something like that. You will find it if you type this. And I think I want to go further by showing you actual like techniques. I think I want to show you very specific techniques, and take some examples from games to show you how you can actually make cool things without drawing anything, or with having your drawing a very, very limited part of the game. And I think people underestimate how much you can make an entire game without drawing a single thing. And I'm not talking about making a game in the terminal or making like a purely management game. But the genre is going to be very important. And I think that's why it's difficult, because of course, if you're trying to make an RPG, like a classical RPG, 2D RPG or top-down or whatever, of course you will have to draw stuff, and it might be difficult. But there are plenty of genres out there that don't require you to draw that much stuff, or you will be able to draw badly, right? It'll be a cool theme for a video, yeah. I think it would be cool, but it requires a bit of research on my side, so maybe I need to write it like slowly, you know. Yogurt. Can I show it, Yogurt? Quick question about Hyperslice. You draw some inspiration from Geometry Wars purely from the way it looks, not necessarily how it plays. Not at all. Not at all. I actually played Geometry Wars way later because people kept saying, hey, it looked similar to Geometry Wars, and I was like, ah. No, it's just, to be honest, it's just, I defaulted to making the game look like this because it was something I was capable of doing. It was simple, and so that's why I did it. And my previous game, Dash Pong, was kind of similar. It has kind of the similar aesthetic, and so I just went with that and made it more juicy and more stuff, more advanced, I don't know. But no, it's just random neon art that is like very abstract and simple. Will you take NBA as an example though? Been 50 hours on art, on 500 hours on the game for now. I will. You're telling me I will. You will take. I will take it as an example. Yesterday I played a game through SSH, Snake IO. Pretty cool. Awesome. Yes, go ahead. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. You know what? You know what? You know what is the problem? Or not? The problem is the mix of hand-drawn and high-res. But I think you could go somewhere. You just have to theme everything the same way that you're theming your cards or your asteroids in here. Which means nothing should be perfect. So this in here, wobbly. This in here, wobbly. Of course, this is probably temporary or whatever, but wobbly. Even this, like this should not be just a texture that is like that. It should be a little bit wobbly, a little bit more hand-drawn. Wobbly, just wobbliness everywhere. Asteroids is an early design. Okay. Yeah, I think you can take that. For example, you can start with your card. You can take your card to the next level by just making it not perfect. And it will already be 10 times what it is right now. Right? You just take the card and you make it not perfect. So, it's not a perfect square. It's like an actual texture. If you want to go that route, right? It depends what kind of style you want. But if you want to go that route, you simply go more organic or more hand-drawn. And I think that would work already. And then the second thing, I don't know how familiar you are with colors. You need a little bit of color theory in here. You need a little bit of color coherence. Right now it looks a bit bad. I'm saying it. Sorry, it looks a bit bad because you have a bunch of different things, right? You have some grayish with like noise. You have some sort of gradient. You have everything is very grayish, first of all, but then you have a bunch of different kinds of style. So grayish with noise, gradient, outline, grayish with noise, outline. It looks like it doesn't really know where you're going. So I think the best way in that scenario is to go with a limited color palette. That's one of the best trick, in my opinion, to make art more coherent. Is you go online, you go on lowspec.com or whatever else. Hello, Herrick. How are you doing? Randomly rotate the asteroids so they don't look 100% the same. Yeah, also, yeah. Slightly scale them also, right? Look cool and coherent. It's above the average of what I see. Yeah. Yeah, more wobbly, more hand-drawn, limited color palette to tie it together, you know? Palettes. You go palettes, you go in my opinion, depending on how good you are with art in general, you lower the amount of colors as much as you can. So I would suggest going with like three colors or 4 colors maximum if you can. That is going to be so much easier. So now look at it. Just take that. You want to go with something a bit more darkish. Imagine your game. Imagine what you showed me, right? But instead of the seemingly random colors that you used, you pick from this. You see how much coherent it's going to be? You see how much coherent it's going to be? It's going to take a random design to something that feels like it has a sense, like it has a purpose. Oh, fine. I'm trying to train back into finishing project and might redo my first game in 3 days after I managed to do Tri-Jam. Let's go. What did you do for the Tri-Jam? Also might take a stab at Ludum Dare too. When is Ludum Dare, Eric? Me when texture is extra. I think Dark Side of Yogurt, you can look at what Herrick is doing. I think Herrick would be kind of in the genre, in the style of what you want. In this kind of like hand-drawn aesthetic that is sometimes darkish, limited colored and stuff. I think Herrick can be a great inspiration. Of course, it closer to pixel art, but Pierre Vender is a very good example. Perilous, again, let's go back to Perilous. Everything that Pierre is doing usually is cool in terms of art. Even, like, look at Tiny Folk. Tiny Folk is simple. And you see, not a lot of colors on screen, right? Not a lot of colors on screen. The pixel art on the simple enemies is very simple, right? What you see in here is simple. It is relatively simple, but it feels coherent. Mostly because of the color palette, and also because Pierre is good at what he's doing. But it feels coherent. Sorry, I bumped. But yeah. Also, the 60-30-10 rule is interesting to keep in mind too, even if it's not exactly. Knowing the theory can help to get a mood. Yeah, exactly. So what Seto is saying is, when you have a color palette, you don't use all of the colors equally. In your game, you won't see all of those colors equally. You will have dominant colors, and then you will use them less and less. You'll use the others less and less. And actually, you see that in many websites. There is a main color or 2 colors that are used everywhere, and then you have a few accent colors here and there to make some of the things pop. Actually, on low spec, you can see that most of the colors are relatively similar. If you look at the actual page, you can see that we have mostly that color and this one. Then we have this lighter purplish, grayish white that is used for like the buttons and stuff. And from time to time, you have an accent color to make something pop a bit more. Like, boom, this yellow, boom, this red, whatever. But the rest is almost all of the colors are the same. And that helps a lot. It's my problem. I want a grayscale with 2 or 3 desaturated color for the 2 types of cards. Yeah, I see. In general, also avoid gradients. Gradients can be, unless you know how to use them, gradients can be tricky. They can really go from something that looks cool to something that looks almost dated and tacky. So it's sometimes just easier to not use gradients at all. Oh, fine. LD Jam is this weekend. Oh my god. LD Jam is this weekend. I'm sad. I tried Jam and did a simple asteroid dodger. Let's go. Cool. The card colors are for readability, but I can put 2 colors based on a palette. Yeah. Yeah. Totally. And because the cards are the centerpiece, you are allowed to use slightly more colors on those cards, right? But the general aesthetic can be tied together by using less colors that are coherent. And you have a hint that you have a problem. The moment you have to use a bunch of outlines, it shows you that you might have a problem. And here you have to use outlines so that this is actually readable. That might be a problem, right? One last thing for UI in general. We have a tendency to put a lot of blocks to separate things. Sometimes it's not needed. Like in this particular instance, this block at the top, which looks to be separating this UI part from this, is not necessarily needed. It doesn't really bring anything to the table, right? But yeah, try a color palette is going to change everything. A good color palette is just going to bring your design to the next level. Shit! Clicked on the wrong stop. But shit, I've taken some appointments that I will not be able to do. I am old, so I need to update my graphic taste. Yeah. Probably. Mr. French guy, what are we doing today? We are working on enchantments. Okay, thanks. No probs. No probs. Do I have other ideas for games that are good looking and that are simple? Not really. There are plenty of games out on the internet with limited color palettes. You can find a lot of on itch also. On itch, you can find tons of games that are very cool looking, because game jams usually have to go fast. They don't have time to do crazy art and stuff. And so the color palette is usually limited, and it can be a great inspiration. Look, I'll be trying to debug some stuff to get started. Yes, good luck. Okay, so we are doing that. We are doing these enchantments, right? Let's do the enchantments. I like Scald. It has retro palette with pixel art. Scald. Okay. Sigillus, if you're still here, did it work? Did the key actually worked? I don't know if you answered. I don't know if it worked. Icon. Enchantment. We have 4 of them, so it means we are at this one. Hey, Peacebreaker, there's that roguelike that came out a year ago or two with Game Boy graphics. Game Boy graphics? I don't know what it is. If you find it, if you remember it, don't hesitate. Alda. That what you're talking about, Lex? Scald is already quite involved. I would say that this is harder to replicate, if that's what you're talking about. It has limited color palette, but it's also relatively high fidelity in a way. I love that game a lot. Yeah, when I'm saying limited color palettes, I'm thinking like really limited. We are talking 3-4 colors max. Game is mad fun. Oh, pretty limited. True. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's very fair. And it feels very cohesive, right? It's simple, slightly animated, simple shapes. and it looks good. It looks good. And you see how it ties together a level, right? You have a few colors that are clearly telling you what things are, and if they are in the background or not, and if they are interactable or not. It's something that helps you so much. Look at that. It also makes your game incredibly readable, which can be a benefit. In this game, I think it's a benefit. Look! It's cute. It's cute. Lovely. And it's a great game. Hello, Yuri. When I think of that, the first game that comes to mind is Crawl. Crawl? Stop recommending me games. Stop recommending me games. Crawl. Ah. Okay. Okay. Not that limited. Not that limited. But I see what you mean. But it's... I can count a lot of colors. You see what I mean? I can count a lot of colors. Too many colors. Too many colors. But it looked good. It looks good. You can take inspiration from the... You can take inspiration from this, though. This has less colors, right? If you limit yourself to that amount of colors, that might be fine. But honestly, you go to lostspec.com. You go to lostspec.com and you grab a color palette that is like 4 colors, and that's it. And you stick to it, and it's gonna be fine. It's not the same. Yeah, the pixel art is also different. Well, yes, hello. Yes, hello, yes, hello. Do you even need colors? I don't think you necessarily need colors, no. I don't think you need. You can just make a sound game. I can't find the name of the game I was thinking about, but it uses the Game Boy Color palette. A roguelike that uses the Game Boy Color palette. It doesn't ring a bell like that. Hey Superman, a game with no sound and no color, a silent black screen. Yeah. A silent black screen, and everything is done through the vibration of your device. You have minutes though. Minute is also pretty cool. Butt plug, yeah, for example, you can put the butt plug. We have the add-on, that's true, we have the add-on. If you want the extreme, yeah. One thing to consider though, when colors are incredibly limited, if you go with like 2 colors, it can actually make things a little bit more difficult, because then you have to use some tricks to show details in sprites, and that can be difficult if you don't know shit about drawing. So that's why I would recommend at least 4 colors. That way you can easily add details and do stuff without having to do specific use of white space and whatnot to show things. 100% audio RPG game, and we would call that an audiobook. Did somebody say butt plug? Unfortunately, we said. You basically sat in the center of each level, and it is attacked from the 4 cardinal direction, and then after each level, you could upgrade your skill tree. Wow, I don't think I've played that game. Roguecraft GB. I have a list of recommendations as well. What texture not to buy. What? What? I think you replied to the wrong person, no? Okay, let's do that. And chance gem. Not change. Oh, I wrote change gem. A huge fucker. No, I replied to the right person. As what textures not... Oh, the textures in that sense. Oh. Sorry. Because we were talking about color palettes and stuff, I was imagining like a 2D texture, and I was like, what? What do you mean? Are you texturing your butt plug? How do you apply it? Do you UV unpack the butt plug? Love to have those recommendations. Awesome. Awesome, but please use my affiliate link if you buy stuff like that. Please do. Please describe them here in the chat, detailed. Do you see pickles? Do you see pickles It's pickle-like texture. Don't go to 4K though, yeah. I mean, there's silicone, glass, metal, and other types. Is that really texture? I was imagining like bumps and stuff, but maybe this is more of like a normal map. Or like a bump map. Are we uncrapping our butt plug? You put it in the dishwasher, I think. You put it in the dishwasher, and then it's fine. Points target is not doing anything. We don't care. Oh, then we need a chance. Sure, but yeah, the veins and stuff like that are texture shapes. Yep, some people on their weird dragon dildo. Would you recommend blown glasses? It depends when it's blown. Is it before or after? Or during? Ah, the dragon ones. Are the dragon ones like very colorful? I think I've seen them. They're like, yeah, they're like pyramid shapes. During the gameplay, right? We're talking about IO. That's true. That's true. You guys are true. You guys are true OGs. So yeah, we started with saying that I wanted to prototype other games, and then we ended up talking about butt plugs. This is weird, right? Those streams are weird. I'm sorry. Nothing makes sense. And it's not really my fault. IO chuckles. Well, glass is smooth. Use any type of lube on it. Without it, it's melting. There's that benefit in glass hold temperature, so you can also warm it up or cool it down. Without melting. Lube would melt some of them. Lube can actually melt your stuff. Silicone lube will melt some of them. Okay. That's crazy. That is crazy! My dude. Value special. Not. Thank you, Peacebreaker. Can we go deeper? Deeper! You guys. You guys. Original chance value. Floaty float. Hey, would you like to be a float? Hello, I would like to be a float. Okay. Let me know then. Let me know. A floaty float. What is the chance value? Ah, no. 0. Can we do an export range? Why not? Min 0. Max 1. Step. Step brother. Oh, step brother, I'm stuck. Proper training and enough flu. That would be mostly snake tentacle sheep depth trainers. I have never and will never get the whole entrance in animal genitalia interest. Mean 0, max 0. Step, believe it or not, also 0. No, step is brother or sister. You made a mistake here. It cannot be 0. It's either brother or sister. It's not me. I'm not making the rules. These are the rules set by Big Porno. It's not me. I'm actually animal shaped, unless you go with Bat Dragon, I guess. Animal shaped. You know what? I prefer people to use that than to use real animals. That's at least it might be better in that regard. So what would be the chance? 10%? 15%? 15% seems like a good middle point. No? What if it's shaped like a duck dick? Oh no. Oh no. Not the duck. Not the duck. Please no. Gonna put it away. Not the duck. Let the duck outside of that. Value special. Can you hear my washing machine, by the way? Can you hear it? No, it's fine. Oh, I just spit on my keyboard, I'm sorry. All of that talk is making me spit on my keyboard. Duck no. Nice. Value special. Value special. I can't wait to prototype. I can't wait to fucking prototype. I feel like a child. You know, children are very, like, they're frustrated, you know? They have to learn frustration when they're young. They want chocolate, and you're saying, no, you can't have chocolate. It's in the middle of the afternoon. You have to wait a little bit. And they're like, This is exactly what I'm feeling right now. I want to prototype. I want to make new things, and I can't. And I fucking can't. And that feels bad. Prototyping is the best time. Prototyping is pretty cool. I want to be a keyboard, I guess. Subscribe to my OnlyFans to become a keyboard. I came here for the Linux. Why is that a king stream now? Not complaining. It's always like that. I mean, no. No, it's not always like that. It's always going somewhere else, right? Usually we do game dev. Very often we start talking about something else. Honestly, I think you're lucky today. I think you're lucky today because usually it's US politics or stuff like that. So I think it's better that it's like a kink stuff. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna follow for that. So glad I mentioned the butt plug. Yeah, and all of that is because of Yuri. Thank you, Yuri. Sounds like your mouth is watering. Maybe you got some desires you don't know about. Maybe I know about them, Peacebreaker. Maybe you don't know about them. Ha! You're French. It always been a king stream. That's not outside the room. Awesome. I'm actually awaiting the auction delivery of a custom-made plug. Await. You're not awaiting a signal. You're await but plug dot delivered. Can't write. Delivered. Await but plug dot delivered. Delivered. I can't. Delivered. I got right. We should make a game like that. We should make a game about butt plugs one day. What would be the gameplay? I think it would be 2 stages. One, you would prepare it, like you shape it and maybe draw on it. That would be fun. And then you would use it, I guess. Cement mixing. You know the game where you forge your own swords? The specific game, I don't know, but I guess. Vibrations help get rid of the bubbles. Ah, that's true. That's true. When you pour the concrete, then you do... And it makes the bubble go away. That's very important so that the cement or the concrete will cure well. You're right, Yuri. You're kind of a construction guy. Like that, just with toys. Makes sense. Makes sense. Value special. So, in your opinion, guys, I'm sorry it's not talking about butt plugs, so it might be less interesting for you, but when would you apply the when would you apply the value? When would you apply the value? Would you apply it on the letter itself the moment the letter is created, right? So that the enchantment is already showing you what the value is? Or do you apply it the moment it gets calculated? I think people would complain if it only applies the moment it gets calculated, right? Maybe you're willing to do it, not say for a word game, you will definitely make cells. That could be your incremental game, going up in size, and upgrades can be things like different types of loops going from spit to silicone. It's true. It's true, that could be lucrative. You're right. Well, yes, I've built my shares of Legos. Needs thick fluid dynamics. Not baby. What was it then? What was it if it was not baby? Peak, but you're climbing massive butt plugs that Peacemaker selected for each level. Make a furry adult game. Furries have tons of money, and they're always horny. Oh, Pierre, you're arriving at the perfect time. We were talking about you, and then we deviated from the subject, and we are now talking about butt plugs. I'm really sorry. And furries apparently. So why are they full of money? Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing good. I saw you were live again. I'm really excited. I don't know what you're going to work on, but it's going to be cool, right? I guess you're going to finish the Root game. What was it called? Root Town? Root Tree? Root Town. Root Town, right? C'est de pierre en pierre ici. C'est de pierre en pierre. Vraiment n'importe quoi, putain. Bienvenue à tous les Français. Ici, on parle en anglais. Je suis désolé. Si vous voulez lâcher un message en français, y a pas de souci. Je vous répondrai. Jamais votre anglais est limite. Mais on juge pas, y a pas de problème. C'est juste qu'on a une audience internationale. Alors on se doit être nous-mêmes international. Mais bienvenue en tout cas. If you don't know me, I'm Mr. Elliptic. I work in Godot, and right now I'm working on Lexispell, a word game about a roguelike word game with a physics twist. To win the yes needs the no to win against the no. Is it really what he said? I don't think. But yeah. My voice text actually picks up things that are said inside of the stream as well. Oh, doesn't recognize your voice. Things I wanted to say. If word I actually said. Okay. I think I remember it correctly. Okay. Great time to raid. Yeah, perfect time to. So CPTN. Why Furies are furries? Did I say Fury? Furries. Why are they full of money? Why do they have a lot of money? Interested. And for this one, we want the last one. So enchantment. Oop. You'll work in high-paying tech jobs. Oh. Interesting. Why do you think that is? And are really smart. Why do you think that is? Not know how much those fairy costumes cost. I imagine the furry. Yeah. Win the yes needs the no to wins against the no, is what I found on Wikipedia. They draw adult art, which is also expensive. Okay, interesting. Maybe I need to reconsider my career, and I need to do something different. Interesting. In here, we can actually, when we have the enchantment, we can do something. Handle enchantment marked from save. Check if we have enchantment or not. La li la la loo. La li. Apply enchantment. Let's create this. Function is not found in base self. Then find it somewhere else, you motherfucker. I think my washing machine just stopped. Appear from save. Backpack appear. No. Is valid. Is can't. Again, grab next focus. Stop long press. Play long press. Compute circle. I'm gonna put it over here. Get over here! Void. Not void, but coid. Full costume on Google says 7K. Wow. Let's go for some NSFW games on stream. Yeah. Best way to make a bunch of money, right? I can teach you all about furry art. I got a mortgage to finance mine. Or the machine's waters broke out. Maybe. That would be a nice horror game where you fix machines, then you're drowning in water. There are more expensive ones like 20 to 25k. Come on. 20 to 25k? Wow. Really, costumes, it's just offensive. What are they then? Suits? What is the name? What is the official name? Better just get the hood and wear a leotard with some... I don't care about offending people. Peacebreaker are always here to be harassing people. Sewage simulator, flooding neighbor simulator, financial ruin simulator. Yeah. Literally the first thing I do when I walk in here every day is talk trash to this guy. Yeah, but I'm the streamer, that's different. The behavior is different. Because I'm already superior to you by being the streamer. So it's kind of fine, right? And if you go too far, I can easily ban you with my almighty powers. But between chatters, it's different. You don't have that hierarchy. I spent almost 15k on a single video game. What? If you want to spend 15k, I am a video game in a way. So don't hesitate to spend the K on the video game. Your friends, you only think you're superior to people. I think I am superior because I am. Boom! You can't see the guns because I'm wearing my hoodie that is hiding my guns. Otherwise you would be dead already. Stop Twitch. This is not me telling a viewer that I want to kill them. It's a joke. Guns are referring to biceps. I don't want to kill anyone. Stop. Always doing the stream to get harassed by Peacebreaker. This is what you do? But does your game have realistic spaceships? Oh my god. You're talking about... fuck, what is the name? You're talking about that game, right? Oh my god, okay. Okay. Unfortunately, no. There is no microtransaction and stuff. Shit. Scared. Sorry, Andreas. That was not the goal. What is the name of the game? Star Citizen, right? Star Citizen. Star fucking Citizen. If enchantment res, so we just do a check just in case. We never know. Yes, Star Citizen. Oh my god. This is why I need to introduce in-game purchases, right? Some people will buy stuff. I mean, again, that in early access for like over a decade now. Not really. Is it better now? Is it delivering? I think people complained at some point, but realistically, some people are already spending a bunch of time. The game is already playable, right? I don't know what you do in this game, though. I don't really know the Star Citizen stuff. But it's funding the game development to get the ships in-game without paying for them. Okay. Is it full release yet? Do you think it will be released? It will never really be released, no? It's the kind of game that you work on your whole life. Don't keep up with it. Yeah, me neither. But I think you will know. I think if it was released, you would know. Like, people would talk about it and you would know. Even if it's not the kind of game you play, you would hear about it. Yeah, it's playable and you can do whatever you want. Cargo, transport, FPS mission, exploration, ship-to-ship combat, mining, salvaging. There's FPS. It's you can like shoot and stuff. You know, player version of it will come out this year. Okay. Star Citizen. But why would people play Star Citizen when you have Starfield? I mean, right? Starfield is everything. You can do whatever you want in Starfield. Why would you play Star Citizen? And tons of weapons, even bikes, cars, tanks, all without a loading screen or anything. Technically, it must be pretty impressive. Pretty much similar to Elite Dangerous. My experience with Star Citizen were bad, and this is an understatement. Okay, when did you play Mishat? What kind of experiences? Not really. Star Citizen. Ah, Sbrookman, 91. 91, is that your year of birth? Sorry if it's too intrusive, right? Don't hesitate to not let me know. Some patches are a bit rough. Better. My IQ. Sorry about that. About 5 years ago, it was so extremely buggy. Fair enough. Fair enough. On a good day. On a good day. Yeah, it fluctuates. Okay. Do you think it breaks the 3 digits sometimes? Like, do you go higher? Or is that the maximum? I mean, it's fine, right? It's okay. If we look at the standard deviation, you're probably not too far from the middle, right? So it's okay. You're still working on the UI course. Not really. Ideally I would like to do a little update in the course, because it was made when Godot 4.0 came out, so it was like a few things have changed, especially the particles. I would like to do an update on the particles, but also I don't know. I might because GitHub pool. Oh, the UI course. Sorry, I thought you talked about the Godot course, the juice course. Really sorry. Yeah, but no, I'm not working on the UI course either. I'm not working on it. And because there are a lot of changes, if I ever want to do it, I will wait a little bit to finish it. But yeah, that would be horrible. Like, everything would be modified. Yeah. Yeah, and even the introduction of like the offset transform is kind of huge. So I'm glad I didn't do the course before that, because even for animation it changes kind of. I want to play the game, but I don't want to put money on a game that's not been released after 9 years. My rule is I don't buy in early access unless the game is fully playable in early access. And custom maximum size still coming as well. Yeah. Most expensive package is 49k. That is every single version of every spaceship. But of course you can still spend more than that. Have multiple of every ship and stuff. That is nuts. And then we have indies overthinking if they should put their game at $5.99 or $4.99 because $5.99 is too expensive. We are huge fuckers, let me tell you that. Let me tell you that. So we want change gem and value special. Oh my godness. This is not good. And to be frank, I did not spend that once, but over many years, a bit here and there. Yeah, I know it can go fast in a game like that. Same thing with subscriptions, right? You don't realize because it's only like, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 a month. And then after many years, you're like, holy shit, money. I was going to say they should be spending their time on content, but I guess content. I was waiting for the 4-point set to get in release, but I think I'll jump. My stuff looks... You can use the dev build. Dev build, yeah. Subscriptions, damn it, almost. No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I would never try to give you an idea. Like, I would never try to influence you into donating. I would never do that. I would never do that. This would be crazy. Like, why would I do that? Hyper Cafe? Hyper Cafe? What? Why is it showing Hyper Cafe and not Lexispell? What the fuck is this comment? Thank you, Michette. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the subscription cost for this week. Was I on time? You have fees. You have fees. Late fees. Have I paid have I paid my thing this month? Have I paid my... Let me check something. Let me check if I paid my flat apartment. Because sometimes it's weird and it doesn't work properly. Personal. Oh, I received the invoice from Thought Litters. Let's go. I received my sponsorship. Scararelo. Scalliloli. Mammi momma. Mamma mimi. April 4th minus 800. Yes. Okay, that's fine. Mamma mimo. The conspiracy theory mindset says that they're taking with the who will keep buying this. Okay. Isn't it just that the game is huge? You can. I'll start working. I'll leave you there. I will procrastinate again for the stream. Goodbye, says. So good luck. Kind of a chick problem. More people would test the master branch. Bugs can be found. It's also difficult to. It's difficult when you're working on a game, when you're actively working on a game, like on a production, on a game that is meant to release, and you're in production mode. Being a tester is kind of difficult, time-consuming, and dangerous. So I understand why some people don't do it. But if as a hobbyist, yeah, you can totally test. But again, a hobbyist will not have the same problems. So I don't know. It's always going to be like that. Yeah, exactly. House weird Italian. Talking weird Italian. Weird Italian. I assume that you just don't scream every day anymore. What? Goodbye, Seto. Goodbye. Thank you for dropping by. Yeah, sure, but considering how many hobbyists, including, are using the engine and are complaining about the slow progress. Yeah, totally. No, but I get it. You know, it's always like that. They have the data, and this is why we have a 0.1 release after the release, or a 0.1 patch after the release. Because the moment something is considered stable, way more people are going to test. Yeah. Finally, peace and quiet. Helicopters are gone. Hearing how many? I feel like the release should have probably gotten into scope creep. The way No Man's Sky did when they made all those promises, fulfilling a lot of those promises. I think they could have released the game with good content and added expansions, sectors. Yeah, but also maybe they don't want. There are so many. There are some big games out there that don't require this model, right? Zelensky was here to visit, and they have been. What a nice visit. But then you don't run the rest of having people see your game in development for 9 years and not being finished. Yeah, but at the same time, it creates hype every time you're going to release something. It creates a bunch of creators around your game that are going to talk about the updates and whatnot. And it's still worth checking because it's not yet released. You see what I mean? I don't think it's the same. It can be tricky to get people excited once something is considered released. I mean, could be, I don't know. So maybe it also makes people interested in following the progress. It's hard to know, right? I don't think there's any way to really know if it's good or bad for them. But I guess they probably consider it good enough if they continue doing it that way. Guys, we actually have some work. I'm supposed to release this game in like pretty soon. I need to finish the trailer. So we are neighbors. Where do you live? You're neighbors? Can I see you outside of my window? Germany. Germany. Schmetterling. Not quite. Schmetterling. Du hast schöne Augen. What else do I know? That's it. That's the... That's everything I can understand your point. For the access, we'll see that as a red flag. It's or not. Don't mention the war. Don't mention the war. Don't mention the war. Don't mention the war. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? So chance gem. The enchantment needs to be applied way earlier. Way earlier. You know? Okay, we are going to say apply enchantment, like pre-apply, or do I apply it twice, depending on where it needs to be applied? Are we making the soundtrack for the game? I am. No, I'm not. I thought it was a joke, but then I'm thinking it's not a joke. So if it's not a joke, I'm not. Trevron is doing it. If it's a joke, yes, I'm making the soundtrack by doing... I was hoping... Sorry. Sorry, this is only for premium users on the other platform. Only for premium users. Okay, I'm gonna say pre-apply enchantment, and then I'm gonna say apply enchantments. Applied first before any logic is ran. Applied after the letter is stated. Only blue, exactly. That's the platform. That's the platform. Oh, but we are not going to be aware of what the enchantment is. Is that right? Am I right, fellas? Oh, this is going to be a pain. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. This is such a pain. How do I do this? Oh, fucking hell. No. No, it's simpler. It is simpler. Apply enchantment, pre-apply enchantment. No. We can just do that. It's fine. It is totally fine, because we can do if... Random manager. Get... letter RNG. Rend F. Enchantment res. Chance value. In here, we want to make that make gem. Yeah. And so it's actually pretty simple. We can do change rarity. True. And it does it for us. It's going to pick up something. It's going to do blah blah blah, do blah blah blah. It's fine. Okay, cool. And then in here, if it's special, we can do update value. And the new value is going to be enchantment res dot points value. Is that what I did? Value special. $1.5. Upgrade value, and it's going to be value times 1.5. Do we need to cast that as an int? I guess so. We only need to do that if we are special. So if type is equal to letter type special. It got super quiet in this chat when we start talking about butt plugs. It's always like that. It's always like that. People only care about sex. People only care about sex and drama. And they don't fucking care about code, right? Code is not interesting. Would you like me to code? No. Would you like me to sex? Yes. See? That is sad. That is sad, man. That's very, very sad. Zgababi. Gababi do zgababoo. When we format the description, are we talking about chance anywhere in here? No, we're not. No, we're not. So we need to do it. Write chance in more human format. Perfect. Perfect. Realistically, this is perfect. What is the problem? Points value increase. What do you mean? What do you mean? Care about your stuff. Format. They're forgetting drugs. Or forgetting drugs. Very true. Especially women. They only want men to have sex. Care about our code. What kind of sexism is this? I don't even like taking pain pills when I have surgery. I refuse to morphine every time they offered me when I had a major surgery a couple years ago. Wow. You get a nerdy boyfriend, they want both. The answer was simple. The answer was simple. The answer all along have been to have a boyfriend. A boyfriend. A boyfriend. Hello, my name is Boyfriend. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I need to perfect my Acerola way of talking. I don't think I have it. Hello, everyone. But Acerola. Count letter score. This is exactly what we need to do. Check for enchantments. We have the enchantments in here. That is very true. That is very true. Increase only if we have the vowelophobe. Jocker the trigger on one letter. When am I triggering the gem letters then? Update point score before validation. When am I fucking doing the gem letters stuff? I'm doing it in here. Okay, so they already have the right value when we do this, in fact. So maybe that's fine. I don't need to move the enchantments anywhere else. Already at the right spot. Yeah, I think it's already at the right spot. Alright. Right, fellas. Do we want to trigger it after the enchantment? I think we'd still want to trigger it, but just a little bit later, maybe. Maybe we want to trigger it a tiny bit later, after the points, I think. Check for an act. It doesn't change a whole lot, but yeah. Okay, let's try... I think they should be working. I just need to reload that because I changed the enum. Both be butt plug enthusiasts. Turned on the drugs level. Well, to be fair, my parents didn't raise me because of their drug use. So I haven't so much even done weed. It's like drugs. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. And I don't think you're missing a whole lot, to be honest. Ah, shit. Enchantment occurrence. Let me do a little bit. Let me do a little twisty twist. Enchantment. No, not like that. Motherfucker. We are going to go on the enchantment occurrence. And, we are going to remove that part. We only don't want to check the level anymore. That way it's going to be faster. Un peu de pixels pour se remettre dans le bain. Vise un pixel. Bonjour à tous, mon nom est Pixel. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous, mon nom est Pixel. Mon nom est Pixel de Pixel. Bonjour à tous. Oh, and you. No, we could transform. Ah no! Ah no! We could transform rocks into letters, right? What do you think about that? As an upgrade. Why do I never see this one? Value special. Okay, let's write the descriptions for those bad boys. That's it? The only Zen browser I have? Oh my god. I think Renee should appear more in the game. Who is Renee? Who is Renee? There's no Renee. There is Pip, Henry, Pixie, Dixie. I don't remember how I called it. How I called her. The spider is called something, and the turtle is called Alphonse. Complaining about consumerism and yeah, right. Yeah, sorry, good to know. Sorry, you're not a real fan. You're not a real OG fan. Henry the Frog. Exactly. Sorry. Sorry I messed up. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. There is no sorry. There is no... That's not okay. It is not okay. It simply is not okay. Have you watched... Renee's more froggy name. You are more froggy name. Have you watched the new Malcolm show? Have you? Have you? Yeah, years ago, the new Malcolm show. The new, not the old one. New. 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 Malcolm show? New. Oh no, then no. Oh no, then no. Oh no, then no. Oh no, then no, no. Oh no, then no. Oh no, then no, no. Oh no, then no, no. I've said this on here before. They should definitely legalize marijuana. I personally would not use it just because of that. I don't watch TV nowadays. What do you watch then? Do you watch plants grow? Chance of this letter becoming being a gem. Of this letter, for this letter. Chance pour cette lettre d'être précieuse. YouTube videos, mostly science, computer stuff. Did you watch the video from Laurie about RAM? I think it's Laurie, right? Laurie RAM. Laurie RAM YouTube. Got a 4-hour meeting tomorrow meeting. Morning. Holy shit, 4 hours. Completely whoop. Completely whoop whoop. No, but I do follow her. Good. You should definitely watch the video, it's pretty cool. I also follow socialist French girl, something Capel. I know exactly who you're talking about. Alice Capel. A lot of content through YouTube, not TV show. Microsoft's going to waste their time kind of while their competitors is not as good as them, all the while making us totally dependent on their products. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. La la da dim. So it's not a plus on the points, so it's not going to work, right? I would need another way. You know what I could do? I could do molt point. I could do molt point. Ah, that's going to be weird. Mold points if the letter is special. Si la lettre est spéciale. Bonjour à tous. Est-ce que la lettre est spéciale? Je ne sais pas. Mold point, how should I call it? It's too close to molt. I could do X points. I'm introducing a new thing. I don't know if I like that. I have a slight throat ache. It's not pleasing. Sorry. La li la la li. La la li la la lu. So we need to go under the enchantment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab a coffee just after I'm done with this description format. And then we'll move on to finishing the enchantment, so finishing the turtle. The turtle that I called Alphonse. Bah pourquoi? C'est marrant. Mais c'est hyper marrant, putain. On s'amuse de fou. 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 Are you back to not working regularly? I'll wait for the need to break for Lexispell response. What do you mean? Not working regularly. I can't wait to be done with Lexispell. I just want to be done with it. I'm so fed up right now. Not streaming daily. I don't stream daily, no. I stream Tuesday in it. I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I take Monday and Wednesday off from streaming. That way I can work on boring stuff. That's cool. It has been cool, honestly. Do I just say that? Points? You should not work on boring stuff, but the game won't be boring. I can't wait to do something else. I want to do other things. I'm fed up with this game. I'm fed up. I think the description should be okay now. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Hello, my name is Boy Michaeler. Let me write down the idea for upgrade. Turn the rock. Chance turn rock into letter. Why not? Why not? La la lee, lula lula. La la lee, lula lula. One in 6 chance for this letter being a gem. I think it's not written correctly, but it's okay. Just got blocked. What message? I don't even see it in the auto mode. X point if the letter is special. Dear, they're so loud in this meeting. I can't see. I'm watching some French loser on stream. Fuck you, Peacebreaker. Fuck you. X point. Fuck you! La la lee. Lula lula. La la lee. Lula lula. Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought it was being way too aggressive with the blocking just for the word loser. My parasocial friend knows he's not a loser. Actually, it resonates, and now I think I'm a loser. I've seen online that it was not good to be mean with yourself. I tend to do that when I don't do things correctly or and whatnot. I tend to say, I'm such a fucker. I'm so bad. I'm worthless piece of shit. I'm saying that as a joke, right? But apparently it's not good. Apparently your brain is like, "Nyeh." It doesn't really understand that it's a joke. So Peacebreaker, you're actively making me sad. I don't like that. And with yourself, your French arrogance will kick in, and then you won't think that anymore. Ah! I will cry. My cat right now wants some food. So what do you think I should do? Should go and give her food. You can see I'm tired, right? I don't even have energy to hold myself up. Maybe I can do a little. Maybe I can sleep like that a little bit. Right? See you in 5 minutes. Oh, I could sleep. That would be so freaking cool. You're correct. There's a form of therapy where you actually have to repeat nice things to yourself multiple times a day. Try to reorganize your brain to thinking positive about yourself. This seems crazy, right? This seems stupid, but apparently it works. But it seems stupid. All right, enjoy your break, guys. Enjoy the clips. See you in 3 minutes or something. We'll put that as the one I want. I saved again. I fucking saved. I hate my life. I hate my life. I do Control S all the fucking time. And now it takes like 5 seconds. Oh, it's really time to stop. If you like what you're seeing, it's one way of supporting. Because I would love my games to support myself, but apparently I'm not capable of doing that. So I kind of need your help. I need to stop doing that. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, but at the same time, I'm not really sorry, I think, you know. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. French are so fucking superior to Americans, right? Let's be honest for a moment. We have such a high standard of living. We know how to be human, you know? We know how to live life. We know how to enjoy and not get shot. Emitting is equal to true, okay? Emitting is equal to fucking true. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? I want to... I need to calm down. I need to calm the fuck down. Godo, you're frustrating. Godo, you're frustrating. Godo, you're frustrating. What am I doing? 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 Rot. What the fuck? Stuff. How do you call it when it's your first time? Un baptême? Sleep in the mountains. Nature will take care of you. Unfortunately, I think it's starting to become like losing your virginity. No. Can I rant about people saying hi without the actual question? Or saying, hey, I have a problem without the actual question or problem in the message? I hate that. And you know, we talked about that earlier. Like, I'm not super good at replying to messages. But there is one thing for sure. If your message starts with hi, especially if I don't know you. If I know you, it might be different. But if I don't know you, and you send me a message that is hi, or hello, or whatever, but the message is not here, I will not reply. I won't reply. I know I have an Instagram DM that is like that. Like the message is hello. I didn't reply. Hello, can I ask a question? Well, now you can't. Exactly. You ask the question, it's enough. You don't have questions anymore. maybe the ray should be way bigger. Should be 10,000 that way. Oh, it's not enabled! It's not fucking enabled. Can you do focus on my face camera, please? It's not fucking enabled. What if we take a look at the showroom? Let's see how it looks. Ah, it looks like shit. Okay. Let's see how many points we do every time we kill a... Oh, the points. Oh no! All of that to lose the combo. In one fucking mistake, I lost everything. Weak! Again. Is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. Worried it will look ugly as fuck. Oh, I said ugly as fuck and not ugly as fuck. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem? The modulate is not being used. The modulate is not being used. Because by default, when there's a shader and go to 4, the modulate is not used. The fucking modulate is not used. Sorry about that. Took a little longer because I had to unload the washing machine. And now that the washing machine has been unloaded, we can load the next section. Okay. New enchantments. And go back to that. Back to 3 in here. And the only change we have is okay. That was the first thing I wanted. I should do the turtle stuff now. I really don't want to. I should do it. So we are going to go over there. How do I do that? How do I do that? I think we can go with... I guess we have the spider available. Well, took the fountain. Probably grab that. Last name Turtle. Give me a sec. Turtle message hello. I don't know if we have other messages. I don't know if I go through the hassle of doing that. Do I have another spot? Sick. every time I leave, we have more people. More people join when I'm not here. This is sending me a message. I don't think I necessarily want all of them to have like more text, more personality. I don't know if I'm really motivated. So maybe they just say hello. Song suggestion. I have this reward. I had no idea. You hear it? Actually, what a nice suggestion. What is that? It's 200 hertz test tone for 10 hours. What the f... Michette, washing machine. Want me to say that in French? It's the same. Machine à laver. Machine. Which usually we know what it is. Machine à laver refers to the washing machine. But it could also theoretically be the dishwasher. If you want to be precise, you can say machine à laver, le linge, and specify what it's what. Hey, thank you so much for the subscription with CPT. Please appreciate. That was underwhelming. Yeah, Michette, I'm sorry. You can ask for another one if you want. Something less underwhelming. Looks like you have nothing to trade. Sad. Okay, so what is going to be the hello? What is going to be the hello of Alphonse? I think I wrote it somewhere. Oh, il y a Mimi qui vient. Oh, le petit Mimi. Le petit Mimi. Hey, speller. Something like that. Hey, speller, select a letter and I'll enchant it for you. Salut. Salut, speller. Sélectionne une lettre. Je l'enchante. So I think right now they don't say anything else when you bump them. Right? Craft, but it's going to be. So we just have hello. Grab that as a seed. In here we have that. Here on the turtle. Baldur's Gate 3. Say player empty, we don't have anything. That. Bump, blah 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 blue. We would need a little thingy. Okay. Are they appearing? Do they have a way of appearing? I think so. Just to be safe. I could make it 0.5, 0.5. And put what? An auto-tween. I need to do a pass on that turtle. Doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Turtle. Animation ready. Yeah, probably. Ready, start delay. Maybe we have a little bit of a start delay. Oh, sure. So that should be it. I really don't like the way I'm handling stuff in here. And you know what? I'm too lazy. I'm going to grab... Mimi, tu prends toute la place. I'm just going to grab the turtle auto-tween. Mimi! And I'm going to call it manually. Turtle auto-tween. Fucking hot track. It is awful. And so when we disappear, I can call that auto-tween. Are we writing hide and show? I don't even remember. Yeah, we are. Okay. I'm preparing a video about UI animation with Lexispell as an example, like how I do it, what I have that I reuse and stuff like that. I think this is going to be interesting. Going to be okay. Shit. What I wanted to do. Go to source, turtle. Are we not doing GUI? Oh, we are doing GUI input in here. That's... Okay. I think we need to try that. Am I calling start? Who is calling start? Do I need to call start manually? Yeah, who is calling start? In the shop, calling start manually on the shopkeeper. Make sure to use the word core. A lot. That's the word that core designers are obsessed with for UI. Choreography. No props. No propsy probs. I will say, hey, you know what? Choreography. All the time. Chorégraphie. Français. Chorégraphie. Après, voilà. La chorégraphie, tu fais ce que tu veux. Moi, il n'y a pas de souci. Il n'y a pas de souci. There is no fucking souci. The shopkeeper is going to start. Nah, not really. Not really. I want the turtle. I want the turtle. Mimi! She's just like right next to my mouse, and she has her head like literally on top of my hand, and so whenever I move, I'm moving her. That's freaking annoying. So in here we'll make it start, but I think at the fountain we have the same problem. Do we? Who is calling start? Nobody. Nobody. Nobody's calling fucking start, you know? Dad. Fighter. Or are we? Say player empty.
We need to say that later. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna remove that.
We are going to wait for tween up here to be finished. And in here, we are going to say... Otherwise... Art. Okay, let's put this in the download. Let's see what's happened. Free on YouTube. I have nothing to train, sad. Don't come empty-handed. Really excited to say your game inspired me to make my own using Godot. Your videos already tell me a lot though. Awesome. Congrats. And thank you. Maybe they could re-say the same thing whenever I click on them. At least. What? Oh, times 1 points. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. In here, it needs to be %.1f. Same thing in here. %.1f. Okay. He said something. He needs to be animated differently. I don't know if he said... Small streak is not correct. Made the spider in the... Yeah, I did that. Thank you. There are a few things that we need to fix. Getting there. The spider, I make it disappear at some point, right? Or am I grabbing the spider tween up here? How am I doing? Am I not making it disappear? In the fountain, when we are ready, what do I do? Going to bug because there's tons of stuff that we can't do. It's fine, don't care. Ah, so it didn't shoot. I can't test that like that. Okay. We're going to check every level, that way it's easier for me. I have a small problem. So, in the shop, the shopkeeper is shown... how exactly? I think we are making it... default pivot bottom. I think we should do the same thing here, right? So on the spider, we should default pivot bottom. That will be in here. No, actually, say top. And in the enchantment, they default pivot bottom. I think this little guy, first, it needs a little bit more work on the head, as I said the other day, but I think on top of that he needs to be sitting on like a rock or something to kind of anchor it in the world, because the shopkeeper is on the UI element. The spider is hanging from the top, so it's fine. So I think he needs something, otherwise it feels like he's in the air. It's really weird. So I need to put him like on something, a rock or something, right? And when we are disappearing, I'm telling the auto-twin to hide. But this is only when we disappear, but in fact, he needs to be hidden much earlier, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. But when you finally disappear, same thing for the spider. The spider right now doesn't appear in this. Hide ready. Spider, ease out. Yeah, this is done automatically. But I don't have... Oh, I'm telling it. I'm telling it like that. Oh my god. This is awful, but I don't care. I don't have time. I don't have time. Let's see. Do we do that? Do I let them say the only message that they have? Maybe I do that. They just repeat the same message. So late. I just don't want to do it. Let's grab those letters later. That. The dialogue doesn't scale from the right point. Is there anything manual I should do? Pivot offset vector. Oh yeah. And there is no way to make it right in here. It's fucking. Why is it made like that? Dialogue. Why is it made? I don't really know. Should we fix it now? No, but I write it. Add option for pivot point dialogue. To be honest, we should just not do it in the we should just not do it in the ready function. We should just do it manually. That's going to be much more that we set up once and then we never think about it ever again. Right now is only set the ready. Remove that and set pivot offset ratio manually. Okay. Okay, cool. The only issue is that, I mean, he doesn't say anything. Bid. But maybe it works. Maybe it works. What would it cost me to tell it, say the last thing? I mean, what I could do, you know what I could do? I have an idea. What I could do is have that as an option, Turtle dialogue. Right? Put the dialogue in here. Same thing, spider. Spider message. Oh, and I think they're going to tell it. They're going to tell. The only problem is that I don't think we should remove this tips stuff, but we'll see. I am tired. Shit. Okay. I think that works. At least he's saying the last thing. I think that works. Let me just try to see what it does when we leave base. I didn't even see what it does. Okay, it looks much better in here. Nixie's saying, hello fellow speller, ready for a trade. Okay. Don't even see. I think that works. For Nixie, it's a bit stupid. So I have an idea. Do we replace it or we don't care? Well, I think we don't care. Good. Which means X animate. I think it's done. I consider it done. So icon, whatever. Mountain spider, say empty. Say it later. Okay. Fix. Fix. Animate turtle spider. That's kind of what we have. I'm gonna do the fix right now on the dialogue, I think. So for example, for this one, the transform is going to be 0 and 0.5. And the dialogue in here, we are not going to set the pivot offset ratio at all. I think we should also open the tutorial just in case. See how it's done in here. Set it correct. Transform 0.5. No, not at all. 0.5 in here. 0 in here. Good, and here this will be right. I think we should also remove, use the dialogue a little bit. Maybe 350. Ah, shit. That. Okay, keep it that way, it's fine. And so in here, transform, we want to be at 1 and at 0.5. Dialogue is not going to be set. Oh, I set the pivot dialogue offset ratio in. Oh, we don't need to do that. Same thing on the spider, I guess. Okay. Okay. Fix pivot on dialogue. Okay, in the shop. Did I cheat? The icon and stuff. Okay. Updated itself, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, now a pretty big change that I would like to try. I need to try it because we are getting closer to the release, and I really need to try it because it's a big change. I'm a bit scared. Not gonna lie. So right now, what is happening is when the cauldron is overflowing. Hey, Smalls the Kobold, thank you for the raid. What are you doing? Oh. Was just about to explain how the cauldron overflows and how I want to change that. So I have a pretty big problem that has been bugging me for a while, and I didn't know how to change it. Basically, my game is turn-based, right? My game is turn-based. Most of the game, all the game is turn-based. There is no time pressure, and the only time pressure that appears is when we are about to lose. And it makes no sense. It honestly makes no sense. The problem is that the cauldron overflowing, if it's not a time-based pressure, it needs to be like on the next thing that is happening, right? I'm afraid it's not going to work. But what I wrote is asking the player to spell a word quickly when the cauldron overflows is not ideal. The game is turn-based, so it shouldn't switch to something time-based, especially for something so important. Solutions. When the cauldron overflows, the drop button is locked. You need to clear enough letters so that even after the letter drop, the cauldron is cleared. I don't think this is going to feel great, though. I don't think this is going to feel great. Right? I don't think this is going to feel great. I'm not fully convinced. Not fully convinced it's going to work the way I want. The idea would be it's overflowing. It's overflowing, and the only thing you can do is use the letters. You can't ask for a drop. It doesn't feel right. I feel like it's not going to be a threat anymore. It's not like it's a huge threat, but still. There, General Canal. God, it's still there. Still. I don't see where it's showing though. Oh, it's here. I think it works. Check something. Because I kept some of the things on, in game. Oh shit, it doesn't show anymore. It doesn't really show. I had those on-screen controls basically. Because initially in the game, at the very, very beginning, you were able to drop letters by moving, like kind of like in Suka game. You would drop the letters that where you wanted. It's fun. I should remove that. Useless. I should remove that. So can't interact. To write down that panel pops. Okay, so what I can try is whenever the loose area detects all of that bullshit stuff and calm it down, I guess. We don't have time and whatnot anymore, right? We don't have time. It can count if it wants, but it's not JRPG if not counting, so it's not going to count anymore. We're just going to have like we're just going to have like a variable like overflowing false when we want to start counting. Counting is equal to true. Yeah, so instead of doing counting, I mean, we can use counting. We're just removing the time-based overflow. And so what we do We can just use this jar side maybe. And say if counting don't want any progress, but we could do this. We should write overflow somewhere. So the idea would be to emit a signal, maybe. Maybe we have a signal. Overflow state change. Something. The problem is that because it can move, this is why it made sense to make it time-based initially, because things can move, so it's very difficult to find a proper way to handle that. I feel like. Because things can change. Things can change a lot. What we can do is we can say that if counting okay, we say true. So we'll be able to use this. In here, we'll do drop button disabled is equal to state, right? It's not a threat anymore, so it means on the last... Because it's not time-based, it means on the last... on the last try... On the last try, you can overflow without any problem. It's not gonna let you... It's not gonna make you kill the thing. So the overflow, I'm starting to think about the fact that maybe the overflow is kind of useless as a lose mechanic. In that specific mode, because the overflow is already doing something negative. It's limiting the amount of letters that you can have. What if it was not making you lose? What if it was not making you lose? The issue with not making you lose is that because you don't have that threat at all, there is no reason to not max the amount of letters that you have at all time. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem. If you have no limit, you just do that all the time. Maybe some people already are doing this, to be honest. But you just set the limit. You're in overflow. Can't ask for more drops. That's the only problem. But that way you work with all of this. Bugged in here. Like, I'm not sure what it should be. I don't know how to approach that. It's a bad idea to force you time-wise. So, if it's overflowing, you can't drop more letters, that's kind of fine. But then it's not limiting you at all. Like there's not really any risk. There's not really any risk. Forcing the player to not drop all the letters at once is also something that is not super interesting. I think the main difference is that realistically asking more letters, the idea behind it, I have a big problem in the design here. I think this is why I've been avoiding it. The risk can be about going into these when it's over. Exactly. No, but the risk, the thing is, the risk reward for dropping more letters, asking for more drops, is very little, right? It is very little. So as a player, there is no reason to not drop more, apart from the money. Not even actually, right? Because the money is dependent on the word tries, not on the drop. So maybe I can make it part of the economy. Maybe I can make it part of the economy, that way you're incentivized to drop less letters. Because right now, if you compare that to... Drops are limited, yes. Drops are limited, yes. But there is no reason, as a user... I mean, it was the same already, it was the same before, but now it's even more obvious. Because what I'm doing right now, Yuri, just to make it clear, I'm working on the overflow. The fact that the overflow mechanic is time-based, I think is bad for a game that is not time-based. So the problem that I have is you're very tempted to just do this, which means dropping as many letters as you can, even if it means becoming overflowed, right? Like this is overflowed. Good, but what is the problem? There is no problem, right? It doesn't do anything right now. It doesn't really... It simply prevents you from dropping more, but that's it. It doesn't do anything. But then you can just start like this, then spell words. You're not losing. You're not losing anything, because you're not losing anymore being in overflow. Having the idea that you can't be in overflow twice is also going to be super weird. I don't want to limit the amount that you can drop, because I think that would be stupid. Limiting the amount that you can drop would be stupid, because it's not going to be fun. It's up to you to decide. I can't punish you for dropping letters outside of the jar. I can't punish you for that, because sometimes because of physics, some letters are dropping out of the jar, and that's already a punishment. So put the waterline lower and make letters above it cost less, have a penalty. Yeah. So you can use them, but the incentive is that they're not as effective. Yeah, so for example, in this situation, because this one is worth more points, you'd be tempted to do something like page to drop those letters down. That way they become useful again. I see what you mean. That's interesting, honestly. I really hate myself for not tackling this problem earlier. It's not okay to tackle this problem so late in the game. The thing is, I knew it was a problem, but for the longest time, I had no idea how to fix it. And then I kind of trusted the future, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna change the way it works, it's no problem. Yeah, but how, you motherfucker? And so the problem you have compared to other games, like before that, if you see it, the thing is, let me try to explain it correctly. Before that, the incentive was pretty big, in my opinion. The incentive was pretty big. You can't get too greedy, because if the cauldron overflows, you have very limited time to make a word, so that could put yourself in a very bad situation. So I think the incentive worked enough to prevent people from just spawning a ton of letters all the time. But you could still be quite greedy, right? You could easily be like this all the time, with that many letters all the time, because you still have a bit of breathing room. If you compare that to other word games, you have a lot more letters, which is not necessarily a problem, because my letters can merge. And also, I kind of want people to do long words, so I care less about that. It's a question of I could also spawn more rocks, for example. Less letters and more rocks. I could also change the size of the letters, make them slightly more big to balance that. I'm not completely afraid about this part. The only thing is that now there is no issue at all. Right? Also, it doesn't show you when it's finally available anymore. There is no problem here. Nothing prevents you from just making the thing full all the time. My idea was, because it's turn-based, you make the overflow turn-based. So if you are overflowing and you score a word, you need to be not overflowing after that. But what does it mean after that? How long do we wait? Because it's physics-based. you could be in a situation where you have an overflow, but it's very temporary. So are you waiting a certain amount of time? Like, what are you doing? When do you decide that you have lost, for example? Or what is the penalty? So that doesn't really work. It doesn't really work. Or you score less if you are in overflow, but then that's kind of a big downside, I guess. That your score is impacted drastically in overflow. So I like your idea here. I think it's interesting. It's kind of a mix of you're not just saying the entire thing is scoring less when you are overflowing. You're saying there's a limit. If you go above that limit, the letters are impacted. And so you want to avoid that, right? You want to avoid that. So you can't just be freaking greedy all the time, because that could put you in a very bad situation, especially if you have good letters. I wouldn't penalize everything during overflow, yeah? You want to give the user a rope to climb out, not to hang themselves. Totally, yeah, totally. But that's also the thing. You want the overflow to be strong enough so that it actually matters. Because if it's a very small penalty, then you can just work around it, right? You can just say, yeah, okay, I take that into consideration, and then I'm always overflowing. I'm always overflowing because it's much more worth it to have an overflow, but to have all the letters possible. So what I like about the idea of having the line maybe like right there is that all the letters that are overflowing, I would score them 0. I would go hard. I would say you go above the overflow line, you score 0. Go hard, girl. That way, you're incentivized to stay below. Yeah, I don't know. Shit. Regret. Seems like an anti-abuse mechanic. It makes sense to me. I never spammed drops during my playthrough, wanting to save them for later, but I'm a hoarder and may not have considered that there is no downside. I mean, in the past, the downside was pretty bad, because the moment you were overflowing, you had 10 seconds to write something, so while you would probably have found a word that would have removed the overflow, it's basically like losing a try, because you just spam a word really quickly to remove it, and because letters are also going to drop after that, potentially you go back to overflow again. So you want to go, theoretically, the best way is to go close to the overflow, but not too close, right? Not reach it. That way you're safe. But I guess it depends. I also don't do that, but I guess some people were doing it. The problem is that if I remove entirely the downside, then there is no point. I think it's worth trying. I think it's worth trying, honestly. Are we going to integrate buttplug.io? I think their device support is pretty good. No, I'm not. Sorry. I'm gonna make a branch for that, but I'm not going to create a branch before... Sure. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's not. Freecast. A new free cash sponsorship is available through Stream Elements and Creator Dashboard. Ah. Free cash? Don't see anything. On free cash, you can make money online by playing games, responding to surveys, and testing products. Pick a task that interests you, complete more. $30 guaranteed base. Okay. We are on the right thingy in here, so let's do something very simple. Let's go to the area. We'll move it down. Yeah, but we... So it kind of needs to be visible at all time. Right? The line is visible. We might need to find a better way to do it, but it's... And so... the overflow is going to be showing on the letter, I guess. We're going to make the letter red or something. You're right. You're right. I need to show it. That's why I wanted to change the color. But I need to show I just need to change the value. So, we are temporarily setting the value. Right, you're right, you're right.
Close your eyes, come to me, feel alright, just dance with me all through the night, turn it out.
Low on energy? Super energized right now. Super energized. I can tell. I can't wait. I can't wait to make a game where it's mostly about visuals. I can't wait to make a horror game where I have less stupid shit to program. Tired. Eat some chocolate. Yeah, but I have nothing. My girlfriend is picking up the groceries right now that we have ordered. So we will have some cool stuff. But right now we have like nothing. It's fine, it's fine. It's going to be cool. I need to convince myself that it's going to be cool. I'm gonna put the value. I'm gonna update the value to 0. The problem with that is that I kinda need to remind the value. Update the value. So I'm gonna do value before overflow. I'm going to create another fucking thing. It's fine, it's fine. It's worth it, don't worry. It's worth it. Are you worrying? Stop. Stop. Like, stop. Like, honestly, stop. Stop worrying, it's fine. It's terrible. Value before overflow. Set overflow. Okay. So in here, in the lose area, where we do lose area, whatever, we don't do anything anymore. Don't do that. That's good. Instead, whoa, 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 whoa. Letters colliding. Letters colliding.
I feel good. Just want you step with me, dance with me. Feel alright. I feel good on you. Alright.
Okay, we're going to do something. Toggle progress, we don't care. I need some functions that are going to help me. I need func.
Close your eyes. Come to me.
Clear letters.
Close your
And maybe a little reset letters. Reset letter times. Instead of doing that, thresholds, thresholds. Bit better. And in clear letters, I'm going to call that function every time we do letter colliding in here. I have it. We are winning. Ah, we're winning. So it doesn't get. That's why. Okay, so the problem is not here. Clear letters, I don't care for now. Doesn't really matter. When the body is exiting, and when the body is not exiting, blah 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 do blah blah blah. So we can tell the body to set overflow. And we are only going to set true in here. Just as a temporary measure. Huh? Try that. Set overflow. Non-existent function. Set overflow. This could be an interesting boss, by the way. Boss could reduce the overflow limit. Maybe. Okay, so at least it works. It doesn't really work when we are un-overflowing, because I'm stupid. So if state, good idea, yeah. Yeah, I think that could work.
Les flocons de neige qui brillent dans le ciel nocturne me réconfortent. Je t'attends seul dans le
I'm gonna take an incredibly small break just to grab something from the groceries. And I think there needs to be something visual that shows you the overflow line and not just that. That's kind of weird. Amazing, they're all at 0. They're all at 0, that's amazing.
Écoute mon cœur, où es-tu maintenant?
Oh yeah, I'm stupid, right? Stupid.
N'entends-tu pas ma petite voix? Je t'attends depuis longtemps.
I'm just remembering the wrong value. Yes. Yeah. Okay. 0 merge happening. Okay, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. That's the thing. Okay. So if you really want to use this one, it went outside, but it didn't change. The only problem I see with this is that it's slightly less it's a bit more complex to understand. Like why is the overflow not a real overflow, and why is it at that spot on the cauldron and not lower and higher? Like, it's very game logic. Yeah, of course. But yeah. Yeah. It's not really about disbelief or stuff. It's more like, oh, this arbitrary limit feels weird, and I don't understand it, so I don't like it. See what I mean? But maybe it's not a problem. I don't know. Okay, very quick break, and I come back to check that a little bit further. Goodbye. I was lying on the back, like, before going to the party or something, like, for like 5 minutes, and she came right on my chest. It was terrible. Terrible because she's heavy. She's fuck. It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here, and this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bow. I could do that, but do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now, so maybe I want to. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. Okay. This one I feel great. Why did I say that? Why did I fucking say that? I hate everything. And I hate myself a lot. We can do the bullety bullet. Bullet. We want a polygon to have a look, and we want a label to have what? The letter, exactly. Congrats. Kong the fucking rats. Okay, so there's no music, so I will do the music myself. Two. Are you ready? Two. Let's go. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it only visual stuff? It's not working. We have a problem. Okay. Let's stop everything. Godo, you're frustrating. Godo, you're frustrating. Godo, you're frustrating. What am I doing? What am I doing? Trying something.
If I would shed my tears in this downtown fantasy, many of them
Not saying I'm if that's going to be reddish all the time. That might be awful. Yeah.
If I would lose my name to this senselessness, I see truth in riverside or insanity.
The loose area needs to calm down.
Unleash the giants, losing the horse, build up the seas, set the serpents alight. Define the heights, behold your sight for those windmills.
Let's try something.
Run again, 'cause I will fight.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The
Why is it freeing?
I cannot survive, or another cursed spirit come from the tide. Every morning, every night, my fate confide. Beyond our hills, upon the bridge across the stranger light. Those devils never break out of their great disguise. So I will fight another soul, another falsely refined. Those rambling words they pressed upon my soul.
What if the cauldron's actually full of some liquid in the background and the overflow threshold was literally the water line? How's that for an universe professional? Yeah? Yeah. Potentially that could work. I just need to change the color then. But that could work. That could work, yeah. I think you suggested that a bit earlier, no? You even said something that was similar to that. Or maybe not. But yeah, I could use my wave shader. I called it the waterline. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I could have two colors and have like a little, instead of having that weird threshold, I could just have like my wave shader in here. That could work. That could work. This one is at 0. It's it feels bad. The big disadvantage of doing that is there's some sort of disadvantage of having new letters. It changes the dynamic quite a lot compared to when it was an overflow that was time-based. Because with a time-based overflow, you had the possibility to try something, like to push your luck, to get the right letter by dropping another set of letters. So it was dangerous, but potentially you had the letter that you wanted. Whereas right now, yes, I can have the letter that I want, but so what? It's going to be 0 points. That's a big disadvantage, but maybe it's not that big of a deal. It's just frustrating, right? If you reduce the value instead of zeroing it with a cap at 1, say that would feel more like last chance, not quite push your luck, not completely frustrating. Yeah. Yeah. I need to keep the logic for the letter rush no matter what. I need to keep the logic for the letter rush. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced. I'm gonna be real. I'm not entirely convinced. But I already have that. looks weird. Doesn't matter that much. It would need to be removed on the actual side though. It's because the wave amplitude is at 0.02. Yeah. State of elemental powers or something. I am. Oh, but it's showing on top. It's showing on top. Right? Carrying strong so it develops. Exactly. Okay, so maybe what I can do is have the background in here be the normal color. When there's a letter inside it, it becomes red to show you that you're outside. And the letters themselves, it does something like this. And the letters themselves are going to change color. That could work. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm gonna stop here. And I'm going to give it a try. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna put that on my tablet and give it a try, I guess.
Les fleurs de l'ombre, jetant
If I can go
seul sous la
right there.
pluie, ton souvenir
Okay, cool. Thank you for the idea, Yuri. I'm gonna try. I think realistically, It would be interesting to know. I don't have that data. I didn't think about grabbing that data. It would be interesting to know how many people actually lost from overflowing. I don't think it's necessarily that many. I think it's mostly coming from the... It's mostly coming from the lack of points, probably, for most people. Right? Okay, I'm uninstalling this. I have my stuff. Enjoy and cherish it. Cherish it? Ow. Ow. There was a bug in the entry point after full game. UI language, full screen didn't show. Je me demande si j'ai le droit de traiter les gens de loser en français. C'est pas monumental si c'était le cas. What? Holy shit, that was... I think I left something that is not correct though. Enchantment occurrence. Yeah, I left the if true. It's not going to give me the best. Okay. You know what? I'm going to test first version of Cultic after that. So I put that on my tablet. I'm going to test it. It's been a while since I've played in here. Is there anything I need to fix? I don't think so. I would need to update the demo this week. Yes. Cool. I'll test that later, and I'm gonna test the Cultic thingy. What happens if I do that? It's launching with wine automatically. Do I need to do anything? Click. Oh. It's the version that was sent. It's the cultic version that was sent. Give me a second so I can. That was sent to 3D Realm for get some funding, I think. Unfortunately, I am unable to pause the music. Let's go. Let's check how it is. There were already some options. Always run, double tap dash. Full screen. Full. Our demo. Oh my god. Oh, it's going to be in QWERTY and I have no way of changing that. This is a quirk of Linux that I don't have with Windows. On Windows, I have a shortcut to toggle between QWERTY and AZERTY, and when I do that, the game actually sees my keyboard as a QWERTY keyboard. I receive QWERTY inputs. On Linux, when I do the same and I change the layout on the fly to something else, or even if I change the layout before launching the game, it looks like the game actually doesn't receive the QWERTY inputs and receives the inputs as if it was AZERTY. This is incredibly painful. And fortunately, I can change it. But usually, what I do when I have when I play a game, I simply switch my keyboard to QWERTY. It's much faster for me to have to play, because that way I don't have to rebind everything. And when games are complex, rebinding everything is a pain. The rest should be okay. So I'm very lucky that there is rebind. AZERTY sucks. Yeah, it sucks. But it's what I've learned. I don't understand all English keyboards QWERTY. My keyboard is not English. Keyboard is a French keyboard. Why did they invent it? Because it's better for French, I guess. Okay. I'd like a weapon. A freaking weapon. Oh, I change. Okay. What is this? Saw? Something here, right? I can't go here. I guess it'll be nice. Leave it at no more jokes today. Bandage. Oh. I don't have a lot of weapons, so a lot of ammo, so I don't know if I need to be careful with my ammo. What is this? What is this? Beats for another type. Oh, we have something in here. How do I go there? Okay. That is cool. Can I crouch? Oh yes, see. So what did I find? I found this. Still can't get that. Like. Okay, handgun ammo. Door is stuck. Can I kick it? Okay. This is teaching you the mechanics and stuff. This is interesting, right? This is basically what he sent for to get some funding. So you can see how the vertical slice of a game could look like. There's some amount of polish. The basic features are there, I guess. Oh, fuck. Pretty cool. Wait, where? Couldn't see you, motherfucker. It looks like this spell's getting an upgrade now. You have to give me a letter and spell your word, yeah. Nap time for me. Goodbye. You can see the cultists are basically the same. I don't think there's any difference between them. Basic level design. That's interesting. I don't know how difficult it's going to get some ammo, so I'm being a bit careful. Okay, I can go on the left. Do we have headshots in this game? I feel like the left. Maybe the left was where I should have gone. Maybe this is the main path and the left was not the main. Too late. Oh my god, it's just one fucking pixel. I don't see you. Now like one pixel on my screen. Okay, I think if I went on the left I would have arrived here. Yes, right? I think so. Let's see. Can you fucking die? What is this? I don't have any... Why is he not dying? It's not doing anything. It's completely buggy. I'm not taking any damage. Ah, okay. Now it's back. Okay, cool. I think it was a bit buggy. Is that really old WW2 game, Wolfenstein? No, it's Cultic. So this is what it looked like in here, and this is what it looks like now. Honestly, I think it's going to be pretty similar, right? This is what it looks like now. It's a bit more detailed, I guess. They increased the resolution a little bit. And of course, it's a bit more complex, more juicy. It did pretty well. It did pretty well. Brutal combat, old style, old school style. Yeah. Pretty cool. Okay. It was nice. I've been wanting to try. Like they shared the build a while ago, and I wanted to try it. So I'm happy we tried. But this is something that could be done in a game jam. Interesting. Always interesting. Anyway, that's it for me for today. I'll be back on Thursday, hopefully. I will have made some progress and we'll might see how it feels. This new change that we have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. I'll let you go somewhere, or I put you somewhere else. Who's live? Who's live? Red Cabin is here. Thornity is here. Vino is here. What does Thornity do? Just doing some stuff. Okay, let's raid Thornity. Let's raid Thornity and then let's go. I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you for being here again. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hey, Jotson. Goodbye. Have a great Wednesday. Have fun. And let's go for the raid. Goodbye, everyone.
Thanks for the raid. Mr. Elliptic, you raided. Alright, I will go as long as I can. I'll go right up until I have to go for the call. You get 15 more minutes with me. You usually have to bounce right when you raid, so we don't get to talk. I hope your raid went well.
Yeah, I have a few people that raid me from time to time. It's always like when I'm just about to get off for the day. I maybe have like a half hour to an hour left. Feels bad.
You just ship your kiddo to daycare, you know?
I already did. She
Oh my
goes
goodness.
every